What's up, YouTube? How's everybody doing out there? So, it's been a wild year. Finally, SHSAT results are being reported today. Um, they posted the details. Some of your guidance counselor gave you the information, and I'm seeing some kids who have actually gotten their notices in the email. It is not on my schools. It's through email only at the moment. A paper copy is also going to be mailed to you guys. So, how are you all doing out there? I was actually going to do another live stream today, and this news popped up kind of out of the blue. I actually had made a guess that it was going to be 2 o'clock today. I made the guess on Reddit, so I turned out to be pretty close because I think the first kid, hey Cucumber, what's up? The first kid said it was at 1:15 or something, whatever. So I was pretty darn close. So we're finally there, like 10 years later. Yes, really. Check your scores. It's live. It's on the DOE website. Let me bring that up. I could bring up a link with that in a second. Let's see here. How can I do that? I can do a screen capture of it, I guess. Anyway, it's on the DOA website on the specialized high schools. You look there. Anyway, it's live. Kids have already gotten their letters. So check your email. Some kids are getting encrypted or unopenable emails. So you're just gonna have to wait that out for now. In the past, you've had to call up the welcome center to get that resolved. So probably their phone is off the hook. I know people who called in or whatever. Did I get in? I've been in, bro. So how's everybody doing out there? Yeah, I know. Isn't this wild? Isn't this absolutely wild? This is it's the year that wasn't in a way. So far the few scores I've seen about a dozen, seem to be about apropos with what scores were in previous. Now we're not going to know till we get a lot more back. I mean, not 10 or 20, but once I get to see hundreds of scores or whatever. But so far, things seem to be in play with that. So, what's up, everybody? Yeah, you'll get it. So it depends on your computer, the internet backbone, the DOE's computer. It's probably being done by a third party, so they're probably trickling out 100 in a minute or something, whatever. So yeah, it may not arrive yet. So just wait out the day. This could take all day, maybe even into tomorrow. But some kids have gotten it, so it's funny real. So this could take hours. So you just have to have more patience. I know you guys are jumping out of your skin for weeks now, but there's nothing you can do about this. You just have to just hold your breath for the next hour or two and see what happens, and hopefully they get them all out. Like I said, some people are getting unopenable emails, and some people are getting encrypted files. So even if you get it, you might still have a problem. When you get to that step, you're gonna have to figure out what to do, because I'm sure the DOE Welcome Center hotline is off the hook. I know people called up yesterday and they're waiting 3 hours, so it's going to be an even longer wait today. So yeah, it's a lot of the same people, Angela, which is kind of cool in a way. It's a little community, if you will. So um, so I'm going to keep this running for a long time, this stream, so you guys can come in and out if you want. Again, if anybody knows, I'm Greg from GregsTutoringNYC at gmail.com and GregsTutoringNYC.com. So you guys can check me out. I'm a tutor in New York City, also tutor in other places too. I'm familiar with a lot of standardized tests, including not in New York cities, like the Bergen County Academy, the Boston schools, even a school in New South Wales and so on or whatever. So yeah, I know, but just you gotta. We're finally at the line of the sand, so it's your make or break, so to speak. Remember what I told you guys too. I think it's the journey for me. I mean, I'm on the other side of it, but I once took the SHSAT and I got into Brooklyn Tech, so I understand adrenaline and so on or whatever. But on the same note, this whole process you should have perceived as fun and exciting, and just the next chapter in your life. And whether you get a specialized school offer or not, and even if you get one, you may decide not to go to one. So remember that sometimes the journey is just as important. Um, and remember as how much you learn from this process. And by learning, I don't mean just math and English, but all the other skills you had, including life lessons. You've been taught now to be patient. You're taught how to think things through. Just nobody wanted the pandemic to happen, and for the DOE to make all these delays. Some purposeful, some have nothing to do with the pandemic. But you know, I like to think of this as it builds character. And a lot of you guys, you're only 13 years old. Some of you are 12, some are 14. But basically, you're 13-year-olds. This is an amazing testimony to you guys, right? So no matter what your score is, if you got the lowest score of everybody, you got the top score. I lump you guys all together. Your diligence, your attention to detail, your just sticking to something, that your discipline. It's wonderful, wonderful traits you guys have. So, you know what I think I just realized too? Oh, the speaker's on. Okay. I thought my microphone was off all this time. So, but I understand it's a nervous time, and your adrenaline's pumped up, and especially at this long wait. Oh my God, it's ridiculous. Between taking it and not being in, some of you are still not even in school yet. So, hopefully by the time the fall comes, you're actually going to be in a school building, because that's important too. So, and thank you guys too, Roberto. As much as I feel like giving back to this, I always learn something by tutoring my private students, and also all the free stuff I give to you guys. Life is always a learning process, and you could say, what do I get out of it? A lot of you email me that, like, why are you giving free things? What do you get out of it? It's just the right thing to do, and it feels good, and it's part of life. It's part of my life's journey, is to give back, and if that's important to me, then that's what matters to me, right? So, because I'm never going to a specialized high school again. My children have already gone to high school, so so I'm already past that. So, but I feel I have things to offer to people, and use that even as a lesson here too. That as you guys go through your own life journey, make sure you always give opportunities to give back. Okay, because this does build character. So, and it's that kind of a thing. Do things ethically, do things morally, and try to do the right thing for the greater good of everybody, including yourself. You do have to be selfish at times, but whatever. So, struggling and nervous. Yeah, I understand that. I'm a little bit nervous for you guys myself. So, yeah. So just keep checking. So just to give it another snapshot, this is not being sent to my schools right now. This is email only at the moment. A paper copy is being mailed out tomorrow, from what I understand. So you won't get that till probably at least Monday at the earliest, right? Some of you might get it Saturday. That's really cutting it super, super short. Again, I'm Greg from Greg's Tutoring NYC. Come on, where's my likes? Where's all my likes? So I can grow the channel. That's part of this too, is to help future kids, in other things like that. Yeah, I know. It's a long kind of painful process there. And now that you see, like, you're at the line in the sand, some kids are getting it. It might take all day long for some of you to finally get yours. And again, as usual, check your spam boxes and things like that. Make sure you sent it to the account you think you did. That said, most of you get enough DOE email, and you registered properly and all that, so it's going to be on that account as well. So, and today is not the day to start fooling around with your email setting in my schools. Just leave it alone and let this kind of flow as it may. All right. And if by the end of the day, and if you really don't have your notice, that's probably a point to worry. It's 1:50 now. Their computer might be doing this really slowly. We don't know. We don't know how they're sending this out. They might be only sending out one email a minute for all we know. It's easy to think this is done by computer and it's all automated, and that might be true. But um, doesn't mean if there's 23,000 of them, they all got sent out at the same time. By the way, so the past few years has been about 28,000 kids who took the SHSAT. This year was 23,500, I believe was the number. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good. So what is that? That means let me type that in here. That's a math problem for the day. So we had 23.5 divided by 28. So that's about 84%. So 84% of the number of kids who normally take it also took it. So so it's interesting. I can bring up a file too. What did I do with that? Let me look for a file that has some of the SHSAT data from this year. Give me 1 second. You guys can talk amongst yourselves. I'll try to find that. Where did that end up? I saved it before. Um, 1 second here. And I'm not necessarily going to stay live on this for the whole thing. I'm going to let this run for a few hours. And by the way, the chancellor just issued a statement, the new chancellor, that she wants the specialized high school test removed. And she wants to repeal the Hecht-Calandra law that requires it. I don't personally agree with that, but we'll worry about that another time. Let me try to find the file with the info. Okay, wait, here's one of them. One second. And let me flip back to see if you guys are saying anything. How come some schools didn't release it yet? Well, first of all, there's two categories of admissions letters. One is for specialized high schools and one is for regular high schools. So the regular high schools have not done theirs yet, nor has LaGuardia. Among the specialized high schools, they're all releasing theirs now. Okay? Many of my friends got theirs. I'm the only one that didn't. Uh-oh. And were they all 8th grade, Angela, or you're in 9th grade, or you're all the same group? Yeah, hang in there. Hang in there. I'm trying to find the breakdown of the demographics. I saw it earlier. I thought I saved it, but I guess not. I have to go to find it again where I put it. And it's my understanding you're getting a letter, whether you got into a specialized high school or not, you're still getting a letter. Let me see here where that ended up. I don't know where it ended up. Wait a second. This is 2021. Okay, here we go. All right, I found it again. Let me try to post it on here. All right, that's the breakdown from this year. That you guys should be seeing that now. Let's see, which high school do staying alive? I got a link, but it is not loading. Try it through a different browser or a different device for now. You're not the only person who's run into that, Eva. All right, 1 second. All right, I'm back. I am back. All right, so we have 23,500 kids who took the test. There's the breakdown by ethnicity, if that matters to me. And then it has the breakdown of each per each school. So let's see, check out what? Let's see, how does this work? Total over there. So Tech got 1,607 whopping kids. Who got the least? High School of Math Science, is that the least? No. Uh, York College was the smallest. Stuyvesant got 750. That's about right. Okay. And there's the other breakdowns. I'm looking at this last column on the right-hand side, total, at least for now. Interesting. Yeah, I suppose so. Even because this is a very kind of emotional time, whether you get in or not. It's a long journey for you guys, and something something that you should be proud of, though. Either way, like I said, it's a testimony to your guys' character that you've actually got through all this. So I'm going to come in and out of this thing. I'll let it run for a few hours, as I said earlier. So as I get time or not, for now, I'm just going to hang out here. But at some point, I'm going to leave the stream and come back every 10 minutes or something. So because as kids find out about this, some of you are still in class, some of you have other things you're doing, like maybe a part-time job, some of you maybe on a team, some of you doing homework. So by the time you guys start really finding out about all this, it's probably going to transpire through the whole day anyway. So there's normally a place to go for posting your score. Um, I contacted the website runner of that. It's the school boards, but so far I don't know that that person has done that. So yes, a few people are getting the encryption error. I'm not sure what to do about that at the moment. I know a few people got the encryption error, so let's just wait it out for an hour or two. If you want, call the Welcome Center up, which I believe is 718. 718 209 3005, is it? Let me double check that. 718 209 3005, is that it? Something like that. It's been a while since I had to look it up. Let me see. Welcome Center. No, that's not it. Yes, 718 935 3500. 935 3500. Yeah, but it wouldn't give an encryption error. It would either fail or not. But yeah, try. They're probably pounding these things out, so it's going to take a while for it to be straightened out. Like this stream, guys. Give it a like. Come on. Thumbs up, bros. 718 935 3500. Is anybody over there? You guys over there? No, I guess not. I'm talking to people in my family, just so you guys know I'm not yelling at myself. How are you guys making out of school and so on? So you're what? You got May and June. You got 2 months left. No, I don't think so, Brian. I don't think they're going to post it on my schools, at least to the normal high schools, the non-specialized high schools. So right now it's being sent separately. They kind of teased that information about a week and a half or 2 weeks ago, and I guess it's come true that the specialized high schools are definitely coming out separately. And it might be they never end up on my schools at all. It's hard to say why they're doing it this way. It doesn't make sense, but nothing ever makes sense. So would I be tutoring? Would you be tutoring for the ninth grade SHSAT? Yes, I do. Send me an email, GregsTutoringNYC at gmail.com. It's floating across the bottom of your screen right now. I tutor for a lot of standardized tests, including the SHSAT 8 and the SHSAT 9. I also pre-prep kids as well. So absolutely, I absolutely do grade 9 SHSAT. In fact, I'm probably one of the few who start focusing on it. And my style is different than other tutors on top of it. So, oh, okay. Hi, Shorty. What's up? Yeah, I know a few of you guys under multiple names. It's hard to keep track of y'all. The website doesn't load. It's going to come through email right now. It's not going to go through the website. It's hard to say, Angela. I don't know if they're doing it by lowest to highest score, highest to lowest, by alphabetical by last name, alphabetical by the school, just totally random. It could be sorted by your OSIS number. Remember, it's easy to think 28,000 emails can be sent instantaneously, but on enough computer systems, that's actually a chore to do. So, or 23,500 emails. And that can really get backlogged, especially if one of the nodes goes down or something like that. So just let it run through. Well, Cassie, you were 9 if I remember right. Come on, Samiha, you have to do it. You got to do it. It's part of your life's journey. This is your destiny. Whatever is in there is your destiny. By the way, for people who are reluctant, if you want to do it with friends or family, it could be worth waiting for them to come home or whatever, so that you can do it as a family unit or something. That's cool too, so that you can get support no matter how it goes. This is absolutely an emotional thing. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. So, um, you know, but some of you might feel better to open it alone. So you know, it's up to you guys. I've gotten my acceptance letters from colleges. This is before email, obviously, since I'm older than you guys, as well as my acceptance. Well, I actually never got an acceptance letter for a specialized high school. I went to Brooklyn Tech. I have a really interesting story about that. In fact, I have an interesting story about test day itself, which I've told you guys multiple times. So I'm not going to repeat it here unless somebody wants me to, because they're both long stories. Basically, I got lost on the way to take the test, and then I thought I got called down to the principal's office, even though I was a good student. When I finally found out that I got in, and to my knowledge, I never received an acceptance letter. This is going back 40 years. So, um, do high schools affect colleges? Um, Probably less so than they used to, but yes, they do. They can affect it a lot. So, but it's not the only thing there. Remember too, some colleges take quotas and so on. So it doesn't mean a college is going to take like every kid from Stuyvesant. If they might say, well, I'm going to take 30 from Stuyvesant, and then we're going to skip to another school. So there's a lot of admissions gymnastics that happen for it. But yes, high schools can really affect your college that you go to. You affect the college you go to too, depending on your personality and your extracurricular activities and your skill set and all these things. So absolutely. How do I open the results of my email? What does it say? Uh, Gyro? I'm not sure how to say that. Gyro? Service is unavailable. Oh, that sounds like the service down. Sounds like the server's getting overloaded. If you don't get the email, at some point you have to contact either the guidance counselor or the welcome center. I posted the welcome center info a couple of minutes ago. NYC DOE welcome center. is 718 9. I gotta Google that again. You know what? I used to know this number by heart. Nine three five 3500. I know people who called up yesterday had to wait 2 hours and 3 hours to get on the phone, and the two people I know who called up for certain hung up. So, on the same note, it's something you need to get rectified. So, it's in whatever email you registered. If your parents registered through that, and that's where you got your ticket from and all that stuff, that's the same email. If it was your account, then it's the same email. So, okay, a few people are saying it's encrypted. So, you know what? If you find out what the encoding is, you might have a way to get it out. There's probably a way to unencrypt it. Could the scores be sent out at different times? Yes, I believe they are. I doubt they're all being sent out instantaneously at the same split second. So they're probably trickling them out through the next couple of hours. I'm part of Gen Z. I don't know what I'm part of. I'm part of my own generation. I am myself. I'm unique. I don't follow people's rules. I don't follow people's nonsense. I'm often called unorthodox and a nonconformist, and I'm proud of it. I do what makes sense and what seems right to me. Um, and I try to stay ethically and morally responsible and those kind of things. And doesn't always work out, but I try my best. Where's the person who sent the error message for? I'm trying to post that to Facebook right now. Unless they deleted the message. Oh, here it goes. Service unavailable. Yeah, guys, I'm doing 1,000 things at once, so I'm not responding at the moment, just in case somebody's trying to ask me something. I'll be back in 1 second. Oh my God. All right. All right, guys, I'm back. Let me see if I can catch up with what you guys are writing. Sorry about that, everybody. Let's see here. We don't know how to open the encrypted email yet. I'm trying to work with a parent of one of my students on that. So nobody knows how to open the encrypted email at the moment yet. And it might be that, like, somebody said the website crashed or whatever. So, okay, just to be clear for anybody, do not use My Schools. You will, even if you can get into My Schools, the specialized high school information is not being posted to there. So it's not clear if that's what people are saying yet. Right now, today, it is only being sent through email. Only email today, okay? Devan, that's normally not the way it works. It could be they sent out all the kids who got in first and then the kids who have in second. I doubt that though, so because it's never been that way before. But who knows? Rumors start a lot of ways. I was in discussions with people yesterday where they were talking about when the scores are going to be released. Some people were told Sunday, some people were told Saturday, some people were told next Friday. So remember, you have to deal with all this as rumor and so on. So, um, no, if you can't open the email, it's a technical difficulty. It doesn't have anything to do with anything. So, um, results aren't loading for me. Same issue. The website's probably going berserk right now. So whatever server they're using to disseminate the emails is probably just going wild. Again, if nobody knows who I am, I'm Greg from Greg's Tutoring NYC. Please give me a like, guys. I spend a lot of time helping you guys through the questions and going over exams and pounding out hundreds of hours of material for you guys. So what's going on with the Discovery program? It's going to happen. Normally they wait for results a couple of weeks and then it starts kicking up. They'll kick that in. 20% of the seats were allocated this year for it. So you just have to wait a couple of weeks until this kind of quiets down first, and then they'll start sending out office or they send out letters to ask if you want to apply to it. Do we know the cutoff score? No, we don't know them yet. We're crowdsourcing that. Actually, for anybody who got their score, please post your score to this website here, and they're going to crowdsource it there. I didn't get an email, though. They're still sending them out, so we'll crowdsource the scores so that we can find out without or a way to double check the DOE. I got some information already. I forgot it. There's already kids predicting some of the scores. I think the STI minimum was 558 already or something like that. So yeah, and I believe 558 was the STI cutoff already. Somebody determined, because somebody who got like 560 got in or something or whatever. But often there's often errors in this process because it's being done by outsiders, which is us. So do all the kids in the Discovery program get an offer? No, they don't. They don't. You have to have perfect attendance or really good attendance, and you have to pretty much excel in the program. In previous years, it was not given a fair shake in the sense that some specialized high schools didn't do Discovery at all, and the ones who did kind of viewed it as almost a free pass. But I never found that to be completely true, even though some people said it was true. And the little I've seen from some of the material that the kids are using, it does seem to be a reasonable program. So there's that. So, but no, all kids don't get an offer. It's not a guarantee to get in. Okay, so Nelson, contact your guidance counselor immediately and see if your guidance counselor has a readable copy. If they do, let them send it to you, either scan it to you, email it to you, or take a photo of it for you, okay? Because I think if people call the Welcome Center right now, it's probably just going to be backlogged. It's not that you won't get in eventually, you will, but you want to go your guidance counselor route for right now. For starters, it's their job. So Yeah, it's a the file format is RPMSG, which is related to that. So um, there are RPMSG converters. If somebody wants to go online, again, look for this and somebody report back whether they can get it out. Hey, Bargain Weasel, what's up? What's cracking there? Yeah, that test I was telling you about is finally released today, and everybody's just breaking loose. So we're having a party. All right, so it's an RPMSG converter, guys. Um, yes. So if it says you got a specialized high school offer and it actually lists the school name, that's it. You're in. There's no way to not be in at that point. You will also get a non-specialized high school offer as well that you can choose. So this does it's the guarantee to the extent that the specialized high school offer is being made, but you do not have to go to that school. You can still pick another school. But the other school, if you pick another school, it cannot be another specialized high uh, school. So when you give you a priority list on my schools this year, in previous years you did it on the test itself. So this year you went to my schools, entered your priority list of schools. All right, that's the order you got. So if it picked one, that's it. It snapshots you. You're done. So if you got into Stuyvesant, that's the end of it. That's your specialized high school choice. You still have other choices. You can get into a non-specialized high school. You can also get into LaGuardia. So you can get up to 3 choices that you can pick out of. Okay. How do I open the email if we can't open it? We don't know yet. We're trying to figure that out, Emily. It's a tough one. I'm working with the parent on that right now. I have a feeling there's no way to do it. What I do suggest, though, is that you contact your guidance counselor right now on the phone and make sure they call you back and ask if they have a readable copy, either on paper, because they may have gotten it last night and they printed it out, or they can see it on the screen, or they can take a photo of with their phone and send it to you guys. All right? So there's some possibilities here. You can also call the Welcome Center at 718-935-3500 and try to get that as well. Although that seems to be your last option at the moment. Remember, they're sending out 24,000 of these right now. Nobody seems to know how to resolve the problem. So, and there's a lot of people running into this problem. Some of you getting server errors and some of you getting the encrypted file problem. Can Office change? I put Staten as my number 1 and got Brooklyn Tech. Yeah, you can end up with Brooklyn Tech if you don't meet the Staten Island cutoff score. Right? The way it happens is round robin. As long as you're the next highest student and there's a seat available in your top choice, you got it. If there's no seat available in your top choice, you're still the current student. It's going to look through your prior list till it finds a seat for you. Once it finds a seat for you, that's your seat, and it's nobody else's. Okay? And so you only get 1 seat. How do you check? You don't. You have to wait for an email. Your guidance counselor's a jerk then. There's no way to say it. There's a lot of you who have really bad guidance counselors. No. I have my own kids went to public school as well. They could have gotten it last night. Your guidance counselor is that aloof that they have no idea. If I could tell you as much as I know about how the public school system works, I was PTA president. I was part of lots of committees. I knew principals, teachers, all this kind of stuff like that. I know guidance counselors. As much as I know all that, some of them were ridiculous. So, yeah, let's get some thumbs up here, people. Let's do this. So the guidance counselors are often very aloof, and they're not doing their jobs. Some of them discourage you guys from even going to these schools. which is a big sin as far as I'm concerned. So, and in any event, here's the good news. The good news is this is real. It's finally happening today. The results have finally gone out. So the few of you, and there's a lot of the few of you are running into technical problems. You're just going to have to work it out. Like I said, even AL, contact your guidance counselor. Insist that the guidance counselor know that the results came out, and your guidance counselor also has a way to view your data, and your guidance counselor should be able to get into your data and see if they can read your file as well. All right. Don't take no for an answer from your guidance counselor. If your guidance counselor is competent, it's not your fault. As long as you're respectful, there's no reason why you shouldn't be able to talk to them and ask them for that. So you only get one offer. No, Frank, you get up to 3 offers. You get a specialized high school offer, a non-specialized high school offer, and LaGuardia if you tried out for it. So you can get 1 offer, 2 offers, or 3 offers. Okay? Have all offers gone out yet? No, I don't think they have. Again, there's 24,000 offers are going out today. There's still another 60,000 that's going to go out in 2 weeks. So only the specialized high school offers are going out today. And if their email server is overloaded, I have a feeling this is going to take a few hours for this to actually happen. So I think you have more of a chance if the school you pick was your first choice. I'm not sure what the context of that is, but enough kids get to one of their top 2 choices, including for the non-specialized high schools as well. So all right, so I'm doing a whole bunch of stuff simultaneous, guys. I'm on text, I'm on Facebook, I'm on Reddit, I'm on here. I'm doing stuff through email. I'm talking to my own students. So I'm going to keep round robbing this for a while. So if I don't answer you guys can keep. I'm going to keep this stream going for a few hours at least. That's cool as long as you guys are getting in. I mean, it's thumbs up. And remember, it's your character, it's your determination that got you guys this far. And there's no way that anything today could be bad news, because you all struggled through the pandemic. You all showed discipline and true destiny for yourselves. And there's no way to put a price tag or a building on that, right? Remember, your academics and your integrity and your intelligence. They don't come from buildings, they come from you guys, all right? So do you think accepted students will get emails first? No, I don't think it's working that way. They've never done it that way in the past, and I don't see them doing it that way today. There are other schools that are not the New York City Department of Education who do it that way, but I don't think the DOE is doing it that way. Nobody knows how to open the encrypted message at the moment. It's a Microsoft 360 file. And nobody knows why they're sending that to some people and not to others. So we're just gonna have to pace this out. I'm talking to multiple different people. If somebody resolves this, I'm gonna ricochet it back off to you guys, right? And so some of you are getting a file, but it's encrypted and you don't know how to read it. And it might need a password even. We don't know. And some of you are getting that the email won't even load. You're getting a server error. So I don't know why that's happening. I don't know why either's happening. So you're just going to have to run through the day. As people get theirs, hopefully the server load gets smaller and smaller. So you guys should post your messages, post your scores. Post your scores here, because we're crowd surfing the numbers so that we can double check the DOE and try to get us something there. How many freshmen seat there at Brooklyn Tech? 1,600, 1,600. Actually, there's less than that. They made 1,600 offers, and about 1/5 of that is going to go away. So there's maybe about 1,250. Remember, there's going to be a couple hundred Discovery kids added to that too. So for Brooklyn Tech, so it's going to end up about 1,500 kids. All of them? Yay! Give me a like. Give me a thumbs up. It's a bit sad seeing how many people I know got into STI, but Brooklyn Tech is nice. They're all great schools. There's nothing wrong with them. If you're talented enough and rigorous enough to go into STI, then go into STI. If you're talented enough and rigorous to get into Tech, go into Tech. They're both great schools. They're both hard schools. No, but if you type RPMSG converter in the website on a browser, it'll give you a bunch of links. I don't know if the file's password protected though. That's the difference. And yes, call your guidance counselor immediately before they go home. A lot of guidance counselors go home at 4 o'clock. So if you call them now and they happen to have a readable version, then there you go. If nothing, they can tell you your score over the phone. But I would have them send you a physical copy of it as well somehow, or a digital copy, I should say. Either giving you a link, sending you a PDF, or taking a photo and sending you a JPEG. Yeah, it's not loading for a lot of kids, so we have to just see how it all plays out, guys. Okay, it looks like we may have some details. Let me post this here. I don't know if it's going to fit. Okay, for those getting the encrypted message, it looks like eventually it's going to work. I'm going to post the details for it right now. Wait, why didn't it send that? Oh wait, All right, here we go. So apparently it's prompting people for code, and you have to get a code from somewhere. I'm not sure where. Once you do it, it goes to email, and then you enter it in. I'm a little unsure about the poetry discussion here. Depends on the year. Most years is one poem. Last year there was 3 poems, and some kids actually got 4. Same for math. If the test was that easy, every kid would be getting 100. So I don't believe it's correct to say that this just simple stuff here. It's not just simple geometry. I think the test is hard. Um, well, you might still be getting one giant block. It seems like they're trickling it out. So also, it seems like the servers are breaking. So well, Noel, it's not advanced geometry necessarily. I mean, you already know geometry. You know about angles. You know about shapes, things like that. So they're not talking about college level geometry. Just your fundamental core geometry. Yes, Angela, a bunch of people still haven't gotten it. You probably didn't get the email just because they're sending a lot of emails and the server is overloading. If you didn't get the email yet, what should you do? Wait. This might take all day. So just we don't know if you can use a converter. Most likely you can't because it's encrypted and you need a password code. But if you go into a browser and just type RPMFG, whatever it was, converter, it'll bring it up. And just try it out. If it does it, you got it. If it doesn't do it, you don't have it. Well, there's only a limited number of prep books, so pretty much the 5 or 6 of them that you probably can Google and see is just the 5 or 6 of them that there is. So it's the standard names that you have to go with. Pick 2 or 3 of them. They all have problems at some level, and they're all reasonable at other levels. So different people have different preferences, but and there's different stuff. Like I'm a private tutor, I use a variety of material, including my own. So, but we'll also use commercial stuff. I had a student last year who kind of assisted to use Kaplan, so we kind of did some of the Kaplan stuff and some other stuff. A lot of people like Tutorverse, a lot of people like other books. So again, there's only about 6 or 7 of them, so there's only too much variety you can really get. And as long as they each have 3 or 4 practice tests, you're going to get 8 practice tests plus the 2 the DOE gives. My website has about 12 other practice tests on there from past years. So you have a dozen practice tests right there at that point, which is generally speaking more than enough that you need. Plus, you want to work on material. There's also Khan's Academy, right? And things like that. So when the 9th grade, they're also should be coming out now too. They're also this should be coming out today as well. All right. And then I offer additional info like I have hundreds of hours of YouTubes of various sorts on the SHSAT material. So right, using previous tests is a good strategy because it allows you to focus on where you've been and where you're going to need to go to. And you can, if you pace it out at a periodic thing, doing one test every X weeks or something, and between that, trying to wiggle your strengths and weaknesses, learning your test taking strategies, all those kind of things like that. When will the result also come a physical mail? Okay, so it's my understanding that they're going to start physically mailing them out tomorrow. So tomorrow's Friday. Technically, that means some people can get it on Saturday, but most likely it sounds like enough people will get them by Tuesday. So I think if you pick physical email, they're still gonna physical mail, they're still gonna email it to you. All right. So I think recently they changed the way it was gonna work. So when they did that, they just assumed everybody was gonna get the email for now. I'm scared to use something outdated. Anything from 2018 and forward is good, right? It depends how you look at it. I think all the DOE material is good, going all the way back. Some of the third-party stuff, like old Kaplan, Barron's, stuff like that, I wouldn't go far back with those. You can find some of those on the internet for free, but they're really pushing it. Plus, the SHSAT has changed. There used to be sections on the SHSAT like scrambled paragraphs. They no longer there, and there's now new sections like the grammar section. So if you get something that's not DOE, that's really far back, it's going to be not as good. But basically everything from 2017 onward, plus all the DOE stuff. And again, all the major companies, and again, there's only 6 or 7 of them, they've all released up-to-date books. So again, you're going to have more material than you can care for, especially when you do stuff like look at my YouTubes, go to Khan's Academy, things like that. So there's too much info if you look at it that way. So yeah, anything recent is fine, and even old stuff is fine. But the older stuff I would avoid if you possibly could, especially because there's enough modern information. So just stick with the modern stuff, and you should be cool. Some of the companies originally, like Barron's, would kind of take a test that was not the SHSAT and kind of morph it into a SHSAT book. They don't do that as much anymore, but that's a major problem with some of the older material that profess to be SHSAT workbooks and so on. Most of the companies these days kind of have modernized the way they're doing it. So all the books have problems at some point. All the books have errors. All the books have misleading questions, including the Department of Education. I produced an errata last year for the DOE handbook. Like, how silly is that? And it was a number of things. So you just have to go with what's there and work forward. But if you go from 2017 till now, there's more than enough details. So It's not so much that it's not helpful, but it's not the best help. For instance, I can go back to a 2008 book and pick the questions for you that you should be using, and also say don't look at these questions. So, but I'm so familiar with it that's the deal there. Nice, nice. There we go. So enough of you should have got your scores so far, but nobody's saying much. So how did you? Literally on the Kaplan, they talked about percent increase and decrease, yet it wasn't on the exam. The exam this year was an anomaly. Um, it's hard. Percent increase and decrease is almost always there, one or the other, or sometimes both, sometimes multiple times. Remember too, a percent question is not always worded as in like it went up 5%. So sometimes a percent question is a percent question in disguise, if you will. So yes, that's very true, Noel. So it does change a smidgen each year, and you want to adapt to that, which is one reason. So you want to work from the most recent going backwards, if you will. Might be another way to look at it. So yeah, just keep trying, and hopefully the survey catches up with you guys. I posted something earlier where somebody said it took them 15 minutes, and finally it asked for a code that had emailed them, and when they put the code in, it still took like 3 tries. Ah, man, especially Nessie, come on. And again, your guidance counselors might be able to open the file. So it might be as simple as calling your guidance counselor and getting the details you need. All right, I'm flipping off the screen for the moment. So I have to check some other stuff too. I'm on Facebook, I'm doing emails, I'm on Reddit, I'm also doing stuff on my phone as well. So I'm trying to multitask too much right now. So I'll keep coming back and forth. I'm going to leave the stream running for a couple of hours. Into Bronx Science. Would you say if you got a 500 above, you got about one of those? Yeah, pretty much so. So over the years, the numbers trickle up about each year. Last year, Tech and Latin were about 500 there. So pretty much that's the way it's been going. And you want to have wiggle room, but it doesn't matter if you're in, you're in. It doesn't matter if you're in by 1 point or by 100. So, but that's the lowest. So Latin and Tech start off about 500. So to go up to STAR, you need like 570 or whatever. So there's a good enough span between that. It doesn't necessarily mean STI is getting smarter students because tech has like 1,500 seats. So it can go lower just because there's more seats that a kid can get a choice at. So, and so on, among the mix of all the schools. So, yeah, there's enough kids, Devon, with no results still. There's enough people who are still getting server errors, and there's enough people still getting encrypted file errors. So some of the people, I believe, I'm trying to still get at within their excitement. I'm trying to understand them, but it seems like the people with the encrypted file message are able to get a code. It asks them to request a code, which it emails them, and then it takes a couple of attempts to get through once you get that code. Sounds pretty weird, but there you go. So just keep at it, guys. I know it's frustrating, especially at this point, but the truth here is that they finally released the scores, so that you're at the end of your journey, even if it's going to take you until tomorrow. I know that's going to be but okay. Your guidance counselor got an email with an error too. Yuck. Okay. What are the cutoffs for 9th grade test takers? So nobody really knows. The DOE never releases that information, but some of us crowdsourced the numbers and just based on info over the years. The cutoffs for the 9th grade are normally about 40 points higher than the cutoff for the 8th grade one. So if tech was about 500 for 8th, then it's about 540 for 9th. That's not a hard rule. On some it's 50 points, on some it's 30 points. So if we just use about 40 points, that's where you're going to go. So how do you get the code? I'm not exactly sure how, but apparently if you click on it, it says you need to ask them or whatever. So any correlate? No, I don't think so, Devon. I don't think there's any relationship between needing the code and getting accepted or not. Eva, you got in finally? Wait, originally you had a encryption error, or you had no email at all? Yeah, just your avid human being. You're just gonna have to persist at it. There's some people who are able to get in after they try for half an hour and 15 or 20 times. So just check back every 5 minutes and see if it resolves itself. The server's apparently overloaded, and they made a goof up or two, which they do every year. So nice, Eva. Very good. They're all great schools. You can't go wrong with any of them, and you can't go wrong with non-specialized high schools too. We have a lot of bad schools in New York City and a lot of good schools. Of course, you guys would have applied to them already, so um, and hopefully you guys get your results. They're saying mid-May for the non-specialized high schools, so hopefully you guys are able to process that. Devon, it's not necessarily the guidance counselor gets everybody's. Okay, so it could be that however the server is set up, that they sent it to the guidance counselor's email first. So your parents should still get it unless there's some bump in the system. But if you got your ticket and all this other kind of stuff like that through your parents' email, then you should also be getting this at the exact same place. I don't remember, Sharad. Today has been fast moving. I don't know where I got it from. I think a friend emailed it to me. I need to kind of calm myself down here. So yeah, Lil, there's always opportunities. So just see how it goes through. So that's normally going to take in about 3 weeks or so. they'll start doing stuff about discovery. They might, your guidance counselor will contact you about adding that into that. So how many points do we need to get into the discovery program? It's just below the cutoff, so it could be 30 or 40 points below it. The discovery program is a program for disenfranchised children, basically who are low income, going to low income schools, who were given a second shot because of their disenfranchisement, so that they have an opportunity to go into. So basically it means the middle school, they were in a bad neighborhood and the middle school sucked, but the kid might be pretty smart. It's just they never learned the material because the middle school sucked. So this gives them, if you go to the discovery program, you basically go to summer school and you try to make an effort to catch up. And going to discovery program doesn't mean you get into the specialized high school. You still have to have good attendance and you still have to get good scores through this discovery process. And then they decide at the end of August or whatever it is, whether you are going to be accepted into a specialized high school or not, okay? Some people can't open the results because the servers are overloaded. It also looks like they made a mistake. Yes, remember too, guys, you don't have to choose your specialized high school. You might get a non-specialized high school that you like even better. So, you know, there's the saying, be careful what you wish for. So, and of course, remember, include all your choices, your family considerations, your travel time, even your economic situation. I know for me to get the Bronx Hills Guidance would be a pain in the neck, but for me to get the Brooklyn Tech or York would be super easy. So it depends where all those kind of things were. You can do that, Devon, but I would also contact your guidance counselor as well. You could also just wait. I know there's some people who tried 30 or 40 times over an hour and finally were able to get it. That's right, Noel. It's not the simplest thing in the world. In fact, it's quite a chore. Like a lot of you guys can get 450, and enough of you can get 500, but then it gets super tough all of a sudden, right? So that's what some of the concerns are there. Remember too, the SHSAT is scored on a bell curve. So the number of questions you get right depends on what your score is. Yeah, there's some people yesterday who were on the phone with them for 2 hours. So, and the more people who have this problem, the longer you're going to be on the phone with them. Does any know the Baruch Middle School Guidance Council phone number? No, but that should be easy to find out. Should be terribly easy to find out. First of all, you can call the main number and ask for the guidance counselor. But that's got to be on a website. Yeah, your guidance counselor is Rachel Schleifer. They have her email address, but if you call the main number of your school, which is 212-674-4545, and just ask for the guidance counselor, then you should be sent directly to them. Or you can ask for the guidance counselor's number and just call them directly. Noel, it depends on your middle school. It depends on whether you went to after school. Some kids go to boot camps every summer. Some kids go to boot camps on the weekend. So there's enough kids. When you say zero studying, that's misleading. I always found it was. Because like if you don't know what the Pythagorean theorem is, there's no way for you to solve a right triangle problem. You can't do that live on the test. So these are either super smart kids already who have that experience, or kids who informally went through additional training. So well, you know, we all had different skills and different traits and different personalities, and it's just however that mix works out for some, it works great, and some of the rest of us have to struggle. So um, you know, a lot of stuff is hard work. You know, I've reached a lot of proficiency levels on a lot of things, but I am no way a genius. And I learned a lot of what I did by self-studying and being rigorous and diligent on it. So yeah, I agree, AL. Most of them have done tutoring, even if it wasn't SHSAT tutoring. Again, you just can't pull some of the stuff out of your head, like Pythagorean triples, Pythagorean theorem, the quadratic equation, all these kind of stuff. You can't invent that on the fly. So one shape or form they studied or they were given training, even if it was indirect. I've had parents try to tell me that also about the Hunter College High School exam. But a lot of those kids went to boot camps every summer, a math boot camp every summer. Of course, that kid learned that kind of stuff there. So, well, yes, on top of that too, Noel, there's some people who don't have to study. So, you know, that's the way it goes. You know, I like to say some kids can just roll out of bed and take the test. Well, there are some people who get lucky with the standardized test. And for them, I actually think they're at a disadvantage because if they end up getting into school through luck, they just happen to do really well on the SHSAT, like they randomly guess the answers, they're going to have a really hard time in a specialized high school. So, what's the score? Nobody knows yet. I can tell you what it was in past years. Give me 1 second. Whoops, I made a mistake here. Staten Island Tech, the cutoff score last year was 551. It was 519 2 years ago. And by the way, last year SIT jumped up a lot, so I don't know if it's back to 519 because now it's following its regular path, or that all scores this year were lower than last year. That's something we need to figure out still. So we don't know. Maybe the cutoff score was 480. But traditionally, that's about where the cutoff score was. Like, let's see here. 2 years ago, it was 515. 3 years ago, it was 508. 4 years ago, it was also 508. So let's say 510 and above is about where it is. So you're probably at the bottom of it, but you got in, so it doesn't matter. What score do you need for book contact? Nobody knows yet, but it's normally about 500. So last year it was 507, I think, and the year before that it was 493 or whatever. Let me double check here. Yeah, last year it was 507, and the year before that it was 493. So let's say tech is 500 right now. We don't know for certain. Depends on what this actual year's scores are. So yeah, each school decides how to put you into accelerated classes in different ways. Some make you take a placement test. Some make you do other things. Um, the problem this year is that because of the pandemic, a lot of them are not using the traditional means. Some use the SHSAT, some use the placement test, some use the Regents. So none of those are going to be choices this year for basing what advanced classes kids should be in, including freshmen. So this year is going to be a hard one to figure that out. And I believe some of them are choosing this year to use the SSAT, which is not really the right tool to use for that. But for lack of any other tool, there's no other choice to use, I guess. So about how long would that be, Bob? Am I saying that right? Like, how long is that journey? I went to Brooklyn Tech and I had to come in from Rockaway, and there were times it took me 2 and 3 hours, both to get there and to get home. There were some times it took an hour and a half though. So I mean, if you're right at the side where the ferry is, that's not too bad a journey to go from Manhattan into downtown Brooklyn. Remember too, Kazmi, that if you don't like that journey or something is not rubbing you right about tech, you can reapply. Even though when you're in tech, you can reapply and retake the SHSAT, okay, to try to get into SIT. 475. Okay, so sounds like the scores from the little I'm seeing from you guys and something else I'm monitoring, it looks like the scores are a little lower. 30 minutes isn't too bad. Yeah, no problem. I'm just going to keep this running, so if you want to come back later, you can. Um, Again, anybody in here, please like, please subscribe. I do these streams all the time, including non-SHSAT topics. In fact, today I was going to start a new series about some of the hardest math problems, starting from grade 3, and then each day do another grade. So um, I also do other material sometimes, whether it's about ELA or whatever. So enough of it's about SHSAT, but I also do other tests. I don't Online, I don't really focus on the SAT or the PSAT, but that's probably something I should add onto my channel here. So just subscribe, guys. Please like. Like I said, I'm going to keep this running for a while, so you guys can go in and out as you please. Yes, a lot of people say it that way. SHSAT or the SHSAT. Um, some say the SHSAT, um, and some just call it the SAT, which is not. So here you can submit your score to here. How can I find out my results? They're going to email it to the email address that you originally registered with. So if you didn't get your email yet, and there's a whole bunch of people who haven't gotten it yet, you're just going to have to wait it out. The servers are overloaded. Some people get various error messages. So hopefully you get it by tonight or in the next 5 minutes. The SIT score is normally about it went from like 508, 508, 517, 519, and then it went to 540 or something, and it seems to have gone back down to about the 517 point. So, and if you got the encrypted message, just keep trying. There's a few people where it eventually told them that they had to email for a code, and then it took them 2 or 3 times to enter the code, and I don't know why this is happening, but in any event. So, and by the way, SIT is a great school, absolutely fantastic school. Hello, Miles. What's up? Ah, man. Well, they're both great schools, so you're not going to go too wrong. And as I said earlier, if for some reason you want to retry for STI and for 10th grade, you can certainly retake the SHSAT with me as your tutor. Yeah, and I believe the STI cutoff was below 580 this year, so um, that's the way it goes, man. That's the way it goes. No problem. I enjoy helping you guys. So it looks like about a 520 and above for this year. Nobody knows all the data right now so far. So higher than 519. You're right. 520 and above then. So it's going to take a day for us to kind of crowd surf. Sometimes the DOE will give the 8th grade info to like the New York Times. So let's see if that happens or not. Otherwise, we'll just crowd surf the numbers, which are not going to be exact, but in past years, they've been really 95% accurate. So, and from some of the reports I've seen, the cutoff scores seem like they're lower this year. I'm not sure how much lower though. So, I actually thought they might be a little higher by a smidgen, but we'll just have to see. That's all. And again, guys, I'm going to come in and out of this stream. So if it looks like I'm there, I'm doing something else, even though it looks like I'm at the screen. Hey guys, I'm back. When will they send the physical email? I didn't receive any yet. The service seems to be overloaded, so hopefully you're still getting one today. Just to double check, make sure you're using the same email address that you used when you got your ticket and registered and so on. I got into Latin. It's at least something. Latin's a great school. Latin's one of the best schools in the whole country, no less than New York City. So it's really an excellent school. So don't, I wouldn't phrase it that way. That's a great accomplishment to be able to get into Latin. So congrats there. Um, Let me see here. What's going on? It looks like my screen is blurry for some reason. All right, I'm gonna be slowly kind of get going in and out of this, guys. So I'm not necessarily going to be sitting here watching this every second. So um, and of course I'll keep it up for you guys. You can talk amongst yourselves. All right, guys, I'm back here. Let's see. I got in with the 483. Isn't that too low of a score? For Brooklyn Latin, no, that's about its cutoff score is about a 490 or whatever. And this year it looks like the scores are slightly lower, so that's about right. So be glad, be happy. That's nice. I don't know why they thought encrypting the message was a priority there. I have a feeling a technical glitch happened. Some people didn't get it encrypted, so um, something weird happened. They probably sent it out through different computers where something was set in a different way, and that it was intended for Microsoft Office or whatever. So a Microsoft 360, whatever, um, and that's the way it goes. Why don't they have waiting lists? I mean, some people won't take it. Um, yeah, realize that they over offer specialized high schools. With regular high schools, they don't do that. In regular high schools, they do basically the exact C count, and if people don't accept, then the waiting list fills up with that. On a specials high school, they overdo it by about 20%. So if there's about 1,000 seats, they will offer like 12 or 1,300 of them, realizing that 200 or 300 won't offer it. So there's a little wiggle room there. You can say, how do they know? Well, over the years, they just get used to it. And like you could argue, what if everybody accepted? Well, they have to deal with that, and then they'd have to get the 1,300 seats. So anyway, that's one of the basic premises. Um, the other reason was the specialized high schools were always done differently. That's not really a good reason, but it's not using the same kind of uh, condition for entry. So basically, you get in a rank order, you prioritize your list, and you get in, and so you're over with. Is that 100% fair? No, it's probably not 100% fair, but um, it more or less works for the most part. Um, and I could see it not applying to regular schools, so it kind of does make sense. Am I blurry on this setting here? It looks like is my camera not working right? Let me try this. It looks like it blurred me out. The camera's not focusing. Looks like I focus a little better, but still not perfect. Let's try that again. All right, guys, I'm gonna go offline for 5 minutes, like completely away from the computer. What's up, everybody? I'm back again. Let's see here. The Stuyvesant cutoff is normally about 560. Last year it was 566. So it looks like the cutoffs are a little lower this year. So I'm looking. I don't know what the number is going to be. I'm guessing 550. So I didn't get my results. Yes, a lot of people still didn't get them for a couple of reasons, or many reasons, I should say, because it seems like there's more than two reasons. One reason seems to be that there's a server error that comes up. The other is that you're getting an encrypted file. And the third reason is some people not getting anything at all. I kind of lump you all in the same category, which is that they're sending out 24,000 emails and they're probably piecemealing it / having slow production problems somehow. So just kind of go with the flow. And hopefully by tonight, or in the worst case tomorrow, they do try to resend some of them. If the system's set up right, they're probably getting the same error diagnostics or non-response as you guys are seeing. So they should have a way to be able to verify that you picked up the file and or that it had a problem and resolve that. This is the DOE, so I'm not trying to really expect much out of them here, but in the worst case, you have access to your guidance counselor. You have access to the HS enrollment at schools.nyc.gov. You have access to the Welcome Center phone number, 718-935-3500, right? So there's a lot of choices here you can get at. The worst case, you're going to get your acceptance letter U.S. mailed to you sometime in the next few days. The word is that they're going out tomorrow. So technically, that means some of you should get the paper copy starting Saturday. Enough you on Monday, and probably the bulk of you guys on Tuesday. I don't know that it's being mailed from New York City or New Jersey, but I think Pearson has some locations in New Jersey, which is probably where it's coming from. So Tuesday and Wednesday seems like when the bulk of you would probably receive your U.S. mails. That's my guess. Plus the group of you who's going to get it on Saturday and Monday. And there's a few people who actually get mail on Sunday too. So you can look out for that too. So the majority of you seem to have gotten your response, your scores. So how do I check my score? You don't. You wait for them to send you an email. So the email started going out about 1:15 today, 1 p.m., 1 o'clock, 1:15. So they've been sending them out for about 3 hours now. And it doesn't seem like they all went out at once. So this is a kind of a trickle effect. Nobody knows the rhyme or the reason. Some people saying they heard only kids who got accepted got the letter and so on. I don't believe that the DOE would do it that way. So so at this point, it's just a waiting game. You have to sit and wait to see that you get an email. Remember, the email they're sending it to is the email that you're registered with and the email that they sent your ticket to. If you change your email since then or something along those lines, then just you have to double check. Do not go into My Schools today and change your email account. I think you're going to undermine yourself at that point if you do that. So just wait it out. Again, you can contact the Welcome Center. You can contact HS Enrollment, their email, and you can contact your guidance counselor. So there's a whole bunch of courses of action here. The good news is the scores are released. The bad news is everybody didn't get their score yet. So that just makes it more climactic, I guess, and frustrating. Because if you don't get it, you know who wants to wait till tomorrow now that they're finally released, right? So, but again, the good news is they're released, so it's just a matter of a technical problem. Theoretically, you should just be able to contact your guidance counselor, and they should be able to tell you over the phone. All guidance counselors are not equal. Some are horrible, so you're going to have to deal with that, guys. In the worst case, you get your paper copy in a couple of days, right? And this is not even a case of whether they have you registered or not. If you took the test, you're registered. So So you're going to get a score. It's just a question of exactly when you're going to get it. And good luck. Think of it as a fun, exciting time to, the next chapter of your life, no matter what happens. And you could get into a specialized high school and choose not to even go to it. So, right, there's other choices out there. And again, the non-specialized high schools, they're going to be released in about 2 or 3 weeks. All right. It used to be the specialized high schools were sent separately than the non-specialized high schools, which is how they're doing this year. Then they merged the two of them into one letter. Now they're detached. They're separate. I don't know why the DOE decided to do it that way this year. It seems like it was an extra cost and an extra burden. I also don't know if this SHSAT score is ever going to be posted to my schools this year. So I don't think if you didn't get an email, means you didn't get an offer. No, everybody who took the test is getting an email. Okay, it's going to include your score. So if you didn't get an email today, it just means some technical glitch happened. It should not be reflecting what school you got into. Because I've heard kids who've told me the scores, including my own private students, and I've also heard kids saying they didn't get into a school. So it's not that they did one before the other or anything. Remember, as usual, too, even if you got registered and even if you got your ticket, look in your other inboxes. You might be in your trash. It could be in your spam box. Look in the traditional places as well, just in case. If you got your ticket and your registration, why would the scores end up in your trash? I have no idea why, but it's worth checking. So and it's different. People try different servers. Some of you use Microsoft Outlook, some of you don't. You may have used one or the other in the past and now you don't. So some of that seems to be mattering here. I'm not sure why, but that's the way it goes. Anyway, it's finally here. Finally here. All right, so I'm going to keep going in back and forth into here. I'll keep checking every 5 minutes, whatever. I'm not necessarily going to monitor this 24/7. And I'm going to keep this running as long as I can. If it crashes or whatever, that's one thing, but I'll just keep it running probably for a few more hours still. Let's see what happens. It still says failed. Yeah. I know some people tried for an hour and tried maybe 20, 30, 40, 50 times. And finally they were able to get in. What are the ninth grade cutoff scores? Nobody knows for certain yet. Um, and normally the DOE does not release them. So, but traditionally they'd been about 40 or 35 to 55 points higher than the eighth grade ones. So, for argument's sake, if Brooklyn Tech was 500, probably the ninth grade one will be 540. Okay, so that's about the normal way to look at it. So, um, if they don't send an email, does that mean you didn't get? No, it doesn't mean that. Yeah, I'm okay, Jeremiah. I think it's the camera. The camera is looking fuzzy to me, so I think it's not focusing. So I'm the zombie. The SHSAT zombie is who I am today. It seems like the servers are overloaded, so it's gonna take a few more hours, I guess. Although it seems like the noise has kind of calmed down a bit, so my guess is most people actually got theirs. Um, Devon seems to be implying that they're going to resend them out again tomorrow, which may be a smart move for them to do. So I can't open my email. Is there another way? Yeah, keep trying. I know some people earlier, about 2 o'clock, couldn't get theirs, and by 3 o'clock they were able to click on it and opened up. Some of them are seem to be server errors, and some seem to be about encryption. I know some people actually. It told them that they had an email to get a code, and once they got the code, they were able to get into it after a couple of tries. So, all right, guys, you have to talk to your guidance counselor, bro. I'm not here to ban people. I'm trying to help you guys. That's all I do. It's as simple as that. What's a good score to go into SIT? For SIT, normally about 520 and above. Last year it was a little higher than normal. Last year it was 551. Last year that was above its normal um, average, if you will. Its normal average you want to get normally like 519 and above. So, um, and I believe the cutoff for Staten Island is at least 517 this year. So, because I think somebody said earlier that they got 517. So, oh man, still no email. You should contact your guidance counselor. Although they may be gone for the day. A lot of them leave at 4 o'clock. So it's almost 5 now. Yeah, join the queue, bro. I'm sure everybody's calling them up right now. So yeah, you're gonna probably have to catch them the very first thing tomorrow. Maybe even going into your school. It's hard to say. Problem is probably 10 kids call them up all of a sudden. So you're just gonna have to work through this the next day or two. See how it goes, and hopefully in the next hour or two it resolves itself, so that you're gonna get your information very soon. If not, you're gonna get your paper copy in the next few days. Definitely by next Thursday, it sounds like. So yeah, realize some guidance counselors don't ever answer their phone. Um, so you got to maneuver through that. A lot of guidance counselors never check their emails either. So if that happens repeatedly and you're not getting a response, then call the main number of your school and contact the principal. No, there's no other way right now. The only way is they're going to email you. It's not on my schools. Um, they are sending a paper copy, but you're not going to have that for a few days. So the only way they're doing it at the moment is they're sending you an email. And as far as we know, all the emails haven't been sent yet. So All right, have a good day. Yeah, the unfortunate truth of the matter, Devon, is that this happens every year. Even before my schools even existed, there was always a certain percentage. It's not even true of the SHSAT. It's about high school enrollment, middle school enrollment, kindergarten, gifted and talented. There's always 10% of people who get the wildest feedback from them. Either they lost their thing completely or something. It doesn't make any sense, but that's the way it goes. Unfortunately, it sounds like you got your turn on that this year. So, um, but the good news is they're going to get it for you. So, um, and who was the person who said they tried 3 times? That wasn't you. You know, if you get you the guidance counselor, actually leave a message. You can also email your guidance counselor. Do both. Yeah, cutoffs are variable. They can go up or down or stay the same. Cutoffs are based on how many seats are available per year. So what they do is they take everybody's scores, they sort you all by rank order by top score first. Whoever gets the top score gets to choose their top school, and it works by if there's an empty seat. So last year there may have been an empty seat for somebody who had like a 500, and this year all the seats may have been given out when somebody had a 520. Or last year it may have been the last seat was at 500, and this year there's still seats when it's 580 or 480, I should say. So it depends on how many seats are available in the school, how people rank the schools and stuff like that. But it's not like they say you get an 85 and you're in, and under 85 you're not in, as in percent. It's literally based on how many seats can they fill with the top scorers who rank them higher. All right. So the cutoffs can be higher, lower, or the same. And just by a side comment, the stones on Stonehenge penge probably move. So if somebody got a 519 for book and tech but put stat line first, they can. Yes, that's right. Exactly right. That's why, for instance, like if you put Stuyvesant last, that's that's not a good maneuver if you wanted to get into Stuyvesant. Like if you put Brooklyn Tech before Stuyvesant, pretty much historically, the Stuyvesant cutoff score is always higher. So if you put Brooklyn Tech followed by Stuyvesant, you will never get into Stuyvesant. You just won't. So that's the way it goes. It's kind of weird, but it also makes sense too. It just goes by rank order and priority order. And if there's a seat available when it's your turn, you got the seat. Should I keep my hopes up or what? Yeah, why not? You know, on the same note, even though it's not a guarantee, if you took practice tests and so on, and you know what you normally do in school in your classes, um, you know, you should have some sense of where you are. You know, if you normally are 50 student in class, then you're probably not going to do good on the SHSAT. But if you're an 85 and above student, you have a good shot. So you know, this kind of stuff like that. You don't really take the SHSAT to get lucky, because if you're a 50 student, you somehow manage to pass the SHSAT, you're not going to be able to keep up with the pace of a specialized high school. Um, so again, you normally need to be in, you know, an 80 and above student and so on, and have diligence and so on, because these are rigorous schools with lots of homework and things like that. So not that, you know, all high schools can be hard too. So, but sure, always keep the faith. That's part of your perspective. Always keep the faith, but be realistic. Again, if you're a 50% student, it's not realistic to think all of a sudden you're a 90% student. So, how do seats open up in the first place? Well, the DOE gives every school a budget, and they kind of do a head count based on the number of teachers in the past, and how the school kind of moves about from year to year to year to year. How many kids leave the school? This is all schools, not just specialized high schools. And they come up with basically an average seat count. Um, you know, this is true even if you go into kindergarten. So if you have a, let's say, a one-room schoolhouse, you know 500 kids can't go to there because you're gonna try to fit 500 kids into one room. And legally, you're only supposed to put like 30 kids in a room. So basically, they do some kind of back of the envelope math, also based on the budget of the school, and they basically determine a seat count, and that's kind of the way it goes. That's a very inaccurate description, but that's basically what the deal is. Yes, absolutely. Hope for the best, expect the worst. Um, or plan for the worst and expect the best. But be realistic. You want to be challenged, but you don't want to be you know uh, in over your head on anything either. And it could be a whole bunch of issues. You know, if you have to travel 3 hours a day, that may not be for you, even if it's the best school in the world. Some people don't care about that, right? If it costs you $5 a day to get there and you don't have $5, well, you have to make another choice. So you have to just go with the flow. What if somebody declines the offer? Well, that's where it gets a little fuzzy. So what they do is they over offer on the specialized high schools only. On regular high schools, they offer what the expected seat count is going to be. In a specialized high school, they over offer about 20% of the seats. All right. So if there's like, um, if if they can handle 100 kids, they will make 120 offers, because historically and statistically, about 20 kids will reject it. Okay. No, so in regular high schools, the seats will open up that way, but in a specialized high school, they don't open up. That's why regular high schools have wait lists, and the specialized high schools don't. So the specialized high schools over offer, and whatever that 20% that goes away with. Realize too, in the specialized high school, there's this program called Discovery, which is currently also 20%. So um, if they made 120 offers and 20% say they don't want it, that's 100, but they might get 20 Discovery kids. So they're going to go back to the 120, give or take a couple of kids here. So they pretty much figure it out through the history of how the offers are made. And certain schools get more demand than others. Like Stuyvesant is the most asked for specialized high school. Okay, it doesn't mean everybody can go to it, but it's the most asked for. Both through all your rankings, out of all rankings, not necessarily just top ranking. $825? I'm not sure what that means. There was no $825 score. Other guys, please subscribe to the channel. Please like. I do a lot of videos for you guys and sessions like this, Q&As, and review all the handbooks and go through different topics and subjects and skill sets and strategies on a whole bunch of variable stuff. So $525. So let's see what you're saying. I got a 519 and got into checked, even though I put Staten Island first. And somebody I know got 525 and got in. They got into tech or SIT. Yeah, glue. Restate your situation again. I wanna understand it. It does seem upside down. They got into Staten Island while I got into Brooklyn Tech. That's possible, but I'm trying to figure out what you were saying about the exact numbers. Remember, Tech has more seats. Tech has like 1,500 seats, and SIT has 300. So Tech has 5 times the number of seats than SIT. So it means SIT is going to have a higher cutoff score on average than Brooklyn Tech will ever have. No, the Brooklyn Tech cutoff is probably lower than 519. The Brooklyn Tech cutoff is probably under 500 this year. It's been 493 and so on in the past, and 484 or something like that. So the stat, but it could also be that they're close. We don't know. All right, but those numbers make sense. Is Bronx Science good? Yeah, they're all great schools. All the specialized high schools, every specialized high school is an absolutely excellent school. There's also non-specialized high schools that are excellent schools too. But all of the specialized high schools are super duper schools. Wonder if I have a chance for Staten Island. Not if its cutoff is like 520. It might be even 1 point higher than what you got. Anyway, you only get one shot at it. If you want to try again next year for entry into 10th grade, you can switch schools. You can go to Tech. While you're at Tech, you can take the SHSAT again, and then switch into SIT for grade 10 if you want. But Tech's a great school. So you may find you like it so much that you want to stay. It depends. You have to try it out. You could also choose not to go to Tech, go to a non-specialized high school, and still take the SHSAT the next year anyway, and then try for SIT for entry into grade 10. Either way, you can try for entry into grade 10 for SIT. But this year, your options are gone. Whatever was on your offer letter is it. On your channel, do you talk about no specialized high schools? Yeah, I do. I normally don't focus so much on admissions, even though I do talk about admissions a lot. But the admissions for the SAT, I spend a lot of time on. But I also talk about admissions to the ISEE and the SSAT. I talk about admissions to the Bergen County Academies in New Jersey. I talk about admissions to I think that I have some even about middle schools. I talk about admissions to Hunter College High School, but I also try to keep things generic. So even when I have a tutorial, let's say on exponents, it might be about exponents on the SHSAT. It really applies to everything. But here's an example. I was going to start doing a series today on the hardest math problems, starting from grade 3. So that was my original plan for today. At 3 o'clock, I was going to do a stream about grade 3 hard math problems. Basically, the premise was kind of as a precursor into the New York State test, because that's next week. The New York State test in math is next week. So I was going to kind of cover approaching problem solving and all those kind of things like that. And I was going to make it agnostic enough that I wasn't even going to make it about New York. So it could apply to any 3rd grader, any 4th grader, any 5th grader, whatever the case was going to be. I also have generic conversations. I have a bunch of videos, say, about poetry. Some of them attached to the SHSAT, but some are generic as well. I have others about like trying to find the main idea or something and things like that. So it goes across the board. So yeah, sorry to hear that, man. You may have to wait till tomorrow at this point. But I would just keep clicking. Again, I know people who had to click for 2 hours and click 40 or 50 times. When our school offers confirmed, that's going to come with the non-specialized high schools. So you're still going to get the office for those in about 2.5 weeks. And that's when it's going to settle. So, and basically it seems the way they're going to do it this year is that you don't have to accept or reject your specialized high school. Well, let's say you got into Brooklyn Tech and your non-specialized high school, you get into Millennium High School. If you choose Millennium, then you're basically rejecting Brooklyn Tech. And if you don't choose Millennium, then you're going to get your specialized high school. So I think that's the point where it's your non-specialized high school that's going to determine your specialized high school commitment or not. So it's kind of weird the way it's set up. I don't like receiptless stuff. I think you should have to reject and accept the school. And a lot of school districts do this way. It's not just New York City that does it this way. And it's weird. Even when you're really registered for the SHSAT, it didn't really send you a receipt. That's kind of silly. But that's the way it goes. And millions of kids have gone through it. So as weird as that sounds. So basically, you're going to get your non-specialized offer in about, let's say, May 20th. And they normally give you about 10 days to reply. So by the end of May, basically, you need to have decided. York has about 100 seats. It's a pretty small school. A lot of people apply for Millennium. I have reports somewhere on that, but it would take me a while to find it. But a few thousand apply to Millennium. Yeah, the competition in New York City is absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. Someone got into book ticket 498. Yeah, I believe that. Yeah, I'm kind of getting the sense, based on what you guys are saying. I have looking at some other sources too, that the cutoff scores are slightly lower this year. And so be it. Remember, scores are based on a bell curve, and there's parts of the algorithm and so on that nobody knows how it exactly works. So the scores going lower doesn't necessarily indicate anything. The difference this year is less students took the test. So I don't know how that impacted the overall scores. You have to, if you subtract the 20% off of the kids going into the discovery program, that could bring the number lower. It could also bring the number higher. But if less kids took the test, 4,000 kids less took it, then it could impact the cutoff scores as well. So, well, so far it seems to be about a 519. I'm just saying this anecdotally from what I've seen today, and that's about its average cutoff score as well. So over the years, last year it was significantly higher. It was 551, I believe. Let me see here. Yeah, last year it was 551, which was out of place. So, but it's past like 3 or 4 year average is about 519, 520. And that's what it seems to be indicating to me. That's what it is this year. So. Yeah, I don't know the exact number, but it seems to be close to that so far. Could turn out to be 400 and something. But the numbers I've seen so far today indicate it's about right there. So that number could be completely wrong. I've seen cases here where somebody was posting for their friend, and the number turns out to be not realistic at all. So, um, but so far that's about where it seems to be. So. Right. By the way, what is? Yeah, I was just going to mention something about that anyway. So school, if you let's say you don't get in to any specialized high school, if you get a hit and you're in, then that you're stuck with that, because that's how you prioritize your list. But if you don't, you might have a shot at the discovery program. It's hard to say. So what is the discovery program? Discovery program is for kids with various disenfranchisements. Um, the traditional discussion of that is a kid who uh, doesn't is poor, but there's other choices where you might be an English language learner who is new to this country, like you only came last year, so so you need to get opportunities to get up to speed, if you will, on these kind of situations. And normally, a disenfranchised kid, for whatever the reason happens to be, normally it means their middle school was horrible, which means they were never really taught properly for whatever reason that is or isn't. So what happens is they currently pre-allocate 20% of all the specialized high school seats to be to be used for the discovery purpose. Um, so they decided that once you reach the cutoff, that there's a whole bunch of kids just underneath the cutoff who who obviously, if they're that close, you could argue, well, they're still smart kids, they just didn't happen to get into. And then if you're like, well, they're actually really smart, but they're because they're disenfranchised, then you could argue these kids should get a second shot. So that's exactly what the discovery program does. It gives them an opportunity to kind of get ahead because their life's journey has put them behind. So, um, and again, there's various reasons for being allowed into the discovery program. You could be English language learner. You could be from. You must live in a neighborhood of a certain income level, and your school has to follow through with that as well. There was one point where your personal income was part of that decision process, and it still is. But now it's tied in with your school and your neighborhood or whatever too. So technically, you could be the most disenfranchised kid in the whole city and not get an opportunity in the discovery program if you happen to go to a school that's in a neighborhood that's not disenfranchised. So there's lots of weird uh, policies and rules based on it, but that's the basic premise of it. So, and then if you if you just if your score is just below the cutoff score, and they'll determine that in a couple of weeks, in 2 or 3 weeks, they'll say what that range is that you have to be in. If you're in the range for the schools you put in your priority list, then you have an opportunity to go to summer school and then do that. Okay. Um, it seems to be about 498 at the moment. and it's normally around 500. So that's about what it is. So let's say using tech as the example. So last year, I think the cutoff was 507, and if you got like a 480 on the SHSAT, then you had an opportunity to be in the discovery program as long as you met the criteria of, as I was saying before, your disenfranchised criteria, whatever you want to call it. So if you got a 480 and your poverty level was at some rate and your school was also at a certain level, then you could get into that. Are you saying this happens every year? What happens every year? The discovery program? The glitches? Yes. That's what I'm saying. Every year there's glitches. For as long as I can remember. On every admissions, not just the SHSAT. Hey Alex, how you doing? There's always a bunch of anomalies. And it's very confusing and it's very frustrating for families. Yeah, I appreciate that, Glue, and it's a tough one, right? But try to take your nervousness and move it into a positive sphere. Um, instead of being nervous and anxious, move it into fun and excitement kind of thing. And that this is part of your journey. All right. Let's see. I got the email today, but I can't open the message a second time. The website won't load. Oh man, that's horrible. Take a screenshot of it. The next time you can get in, take a screenshot of it. I did get a 555 and got into Brooklyn Tech though. Yay! Finally. All right. Very good. You were one of the best students. I think you know that. I liked your diligence and I felt you were very creative in your solutions and so on. And in addition to your diligence. So be proud of yourself for sure. Last year was 551. But last year was higher than its normal average. His normal average is about 518 and 517. So last year it went up higher than normal. I don't know why. There could be 1,000 reasons for that happening, but that's the deal. Um, that said, there was originally 3 specialized high schools: Brooklyn Tech, Bronx Science, and Stuyvesant. And then Bloomberg added 5 more. There was a transition period where there was all the 5 schools like York, Lehman, SIT and so on, where they kind of had to get up to speed. So they kind of started out with low SHSAT scores and kind of they didn't go exponential, but they went at a reasonable slope up to kind of get at their plateau. So it took them about 5 years to get to a certain point. So in the case of SIT, it was like 500 in the teens, like 513, 514, 516, 516, 517, 518. So for it to jump to 551 last year was weird. And by the way, the other specialized high schools didn't make that same jump. That said, SIT, as it matriculates and gets its foothold in the educational community, it's absolutely a great school. So, you know, I thought that may have been the reason for the jump last year because it was in such high demand, but it's hard to say. So, and by the way, on the flip side, even though I'm saying it looks like the cutoff score this year might be about 519, it also looks like all the cutoff scores this year went down. So it could still be that it's in higher demand than the others. It's hard to say. We have to see what all the final numbers turn out to be. It'll probably take a week or so for us to kind of figure that out. I didn't get into any, and I really don't know what to do anymore. Well, sometimes things happen for a reason. You know, you could try again in 10th grade. You also have your non-specialized high school choices that you made. And a lot of cases, there's some wonderful, wonderful, wonderful non-specialized high schools. Uh, Beacon, Bard, Millennium, Goldstein, Scholars Academy, Townsend Harris. The list just goes on and on and on and on and on. So there's a lot of great non-specialized high schools that are right up there. They're not necessarily better and they're not worse than the specialized high schools. They're just up there. They're just not specialized. So there's a lot of really great choices out there. So Uh, probably not Han Ming, because you have to be in the range below the cutoff scores. So if the SIT cutoff score this year is 519 and you got a 529, then you're above the cutoff score and you wouldn't be considered, even if it was on your priority list. Okay? So that's a tough one, but no, that that wouldn't allow you to do it. Remember, this discovery program is also about you have to conform to the policies of what the program is. So the policies, you must have a disenfranchisement. If you don't, then you're out as well. So there's a couple of things you have to oblige to be able to meet it. So I don't have all your specifics, but it seems like the answer is you could not get in with 529 for Brooklyn Tech on the discovery. 465 in discovery, probably. It depends on what school you're looking for. Let me see if I can bring up what the discovery ranges were. I forget how to do that. Give me 1 second. Um, let's see. All right, let's see. Let me bring back up what you just said. Um, right, 429. Wait, 465. Can I get into Discovery? Um, yes. It depends on the year, but in some years that was part of the range. For some schools, it couldn't happen. In some years, it didn't work. But there were years that a 465 could get you into Discovery, based on the score only. There's other criteria, but based on the score, that would be the case. So let's see. Is Nest M a good school? Yeah, Nest M is a great school. Um, I had a student who got into Bronx Science this year who came from Nest plus M. Uh, is Stye a bad school? They're all great schools. And it's what you make out of it. Stye gets a bad name for being so tough and mental anguish and so on. But you know what? If you go to Stye and you don't take 10 AP classes, you're not going to have the same pressure on you. If you add pressure to yourself on purpose, then it's going to be hard. So it depends on what you want to do to yourself. Stye has a lot of peer pressure, which is not necessarily the case with all the specialized other high schools, but um, you know, it's what you make out of stuff. Don't let other people determine your life. Determine it for yourself. Cryptics Gaming. There's a bunch of people who haven't gotten the results yet either. Hopefully, you still get it today. There's some server errors and some other things. So, oh wait, 429? No, 429 is too low. Yeah, just make sure that your cryptics. Make sure that your it's not coming into your trash or your spam box, and that you're definitely using the same email address that your registration and ticket went to. Okay. You know what, cryptics? Things work the way they work. I like to look at it as that if you gained anything out of tutoring, then there you go. You got a benefit out of whatever the investment was for that. So if you get into the specialized high school because of that, or through that, or via that, that's cool. If not, you learned a lot, and it's still going to help you no matter what high school you go to. So All right, let's see. Am I still live? It looks like YouTube is burping at this point. Is there a discovery for ninth grade SHSAT? No, there's not. It's only 8th grade only. Nothing else. Yep, STI is definitely one of the best. But you have to be, remember, don't just go to a school because it's good. That's a useless, meaningless kind of notion here. You have to be a fit for the school, and the school has to be a fit for you. Just because you got into school doesn't mean you belong there. So run through all the different criteria and the pros and the cons for when you choose a school, when you apply to a school, when you accept a school, when you're looking at a school, when you're going to a school, right? You guys are not robots. All right, I'm still not sure if I'm live here. Yeah, it's hard to say, Jan. Um, my guess is they sent them all out at this point. Some people are saying the DOE is going to do a take two tomorrow. So looks like you're going to maybe have to wait till then. In the meantime, just keep checking. And that's all you can do. Just make sure you check your trash and your spam box and so on. You could even Google SHSAT on your mail search bar or whatever, just to make sure that it's not coming through and went somewhere else. But again, every year this kind of bunch of burps happen. So oh, can you tell me other requirements I need to do in the Discovery program? Yeah, give me 1 second. I'll look it up exactly. Let's see here. Because I left out a category before. So if you go to schools.nyc.gov, when it has enrollment, you go to enrollment grade by grade. And there is a section called diversity and admissions. Click on that. When you get to diversity and admissions, then click on specialized high schools. And there's a little blurb about this, not very detailed, but so you need to be from a low-income household, a student in temporary housing. Okay, that's the one I forgot about. So basically homeless, an English language learner who's only been in the U.S. less than 4 years. And then the second criteria is that you have to be between the range of the cutoff scores that they determine for the discovery range. And then the third category is you need to be in a high poverty school. And they use something called the ENI, the Economic Need Index. And again, if you go onto the site, you'll see there's a link to what's called the School Performance Dashboard. And when you click on that, it'll bring up a kind of confusing looking table. But what you're going to do on that table is type in your school name. And one of the fields is going to be the economic need index of your school. Okay. And if it's above or below a certain amount, normally it's 60%, then you're either ruled in or you're ruled out. Yes, it's going to take them about 2 or 3 weeks. About 2 or 3 weeks, they will determine what the discovery range is going to be. Sometimes some of the newspapers publish that. Usually they try to keep those numbers a secret. But normally they're about 440 to 480, somewhere in that range. And again, it moves back and forth depending on what all the other scores are. But you figure about a 470 to 480 is kind of the tight range. So it might be 5 or 10 points outside of that. So we could go down to 460 some years. It could go up to 490 some other years. But it's basically in the 470 to the 480 range, give or take 10 points. Okay. This year the scores seem lower, so it might shift down lower too. So when you get to look at the school dashboard of your school, you're going to look to see if your school has an ENI number based on the 60%. So if you go to a quote wealthy school, no matter how poor you are, you have no chance in entering discovery. Okay. If you're the poorest kid in the whole city and you go to a wealthy school, you still have no shot at it. All right. So you yourself need to be in a high poverty situation and go to a high poverty school, as well as being an English language learner, homeless, or just poor. Okay. Yes, no, you don't need to be homeless, ELL, and low poverty all at the same time. But you can be one of those three choices, okay, and then be in an E&I school that has an E&I of 60% or greater, and within the discovery range. So the E&I and the discovery are givens, and then there's one of the three choices after that. Either you're living in a temporary shelter, you have a poverty index, you're a personal poverty index, or you're an English language learner in the country for less than 4 years. Okay, some years they change these criterias, but this current criteria has been in existence for about the past 3 years. So again, you have to wait about 3 weeks till they decide what the discovery range is going to be. And when I say 3 weeks, it's up to the DOE. It could be 5 weeks. It could be 2.5 weeks. It could be 3 3/4 weeks. So once they determine the range, the guidance counselors are going to go to the kids who seem to be candidates, because your school already knows if you live in a temporary shelter. Your school already knows if you're an ELL student who's been in this country for less than 4 years. Your school already knows if you have a personal poverty index situation, right? So if you meet the criteria, then your school is going to give you a discovery application, because you could reject it. You could say, I don't want to be part of the discovery program. So you apply to it. Once you apply, they run through all the applications and decide maybe somebody made a mistake, maybe somebody's not really an ELL student, all this kind of stuff like that. So they verify all the details, and then you're in the pool where they make you an offer. Do you want to attend discovery school during the summer? And it normally runs, I think it's 5 weeks, and it's held at the specialized high schools themselves. At least it was until the pandemic. Last year, the discovery program took place online through, I think, Google Classroom. All right. So this year, I think discovery will take place in actual class, because the DOE announced the Summer Rising program, and they want that to be in person. The May is also pushing for the city to open in July 1st. The governor seems to not to agree with him 100% on that, but indications are that that's the way it's going to go. The May is claiming schools are going to be open in September. There's a lot of groups pushing for schools to be open in September. So it's my guess is that discovery is going to be at least partially in person this year. So, and that's basically the spiel. Do you have any? Does that all make sense? And again, if you go to schools.nyc.gov, click on enrollment, click on diversity and admissions, click on specialized high schools. It lays it all out right there. It's probably a little more formal than how I worded it, but that's basically what the deal is. Brooklyn Latin is normally about 478 or whatever. Last year it was 508. No, sorry, it was 500. So consider it high 400s. Yes, I believe you're right. I think they're lower than the previous years. The past couple of years, it seems. I mean, science's scores were never high. They were always in the 500 teens, probably on average about 513. So that's not too unusual, but it seems like an adjustment was made over the past few years. So whereas they slowly increased and they kind of all kind of shifted back down again. Could be a lot of reasons for that. Could be because discovery is solidified finally. It could be because less kids took the test this year. It could be about your schooling, maybe the pandemic effect where schooling is not as good as it could be. Uh, there's 1,000 reasons here. So could also be based on how they curve it. They control the algorithm. So they may have just decided to lower the number this year. Was the test harder this year for the degrees? Um, I didn't take the test, but the feedback I kind of got was it seems like the test was easier. Certainly the math section seemed like it was easier. So from that perspective, the scores go down. But it also means when they do the normalization of the test and they try to conform it to the bill curve, that should auto adjust. So that should become more or less transparent. Um, but again, we don't know the exact algorithm. So what was the cutoff for Brooklyn Tech? Last year it was 507. It seems to be like it's 498 or something from what I'm kind of gathering from this, which is kind of what it's been for the past 2 or 3 years as well. So again, it kind of confirms there was a slight adjustment that happened here, where the numbers went slightly up, 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 and they kind of backed off to maybe 2.5 years ago or something. Depends how you want to look at it. This is weird. It seems like YouTube is the thing that's blurring me because my broadcast is actually in focus. YouTube is pixelating this stream for some reason. Not good, YouTube. Not too many. About 100. That's it. Not even 100. Like 80 to 85. It's a very small number. And the dynamics of the grade 9 SHSAT are completely different than the dynamics of the grade 8 SHSAT. Yes, they're both high stakes tests kind of way, and yes, there's a lot of competition. But when you're trying to vie for 85 seats at most, and there's still thousands of candidates. With the regular one, you got 20,000 kids trying to get 4,000 seats. Here you have 4,000 or 5,000 kids trying to get 80 seats. So the dynamics are just in the stratosphere. And you really just, if you need a grade 9 seat, you need to absolutely ace it. But kids do it. Kids do it. It's super hard though. I would suggest students at that point get a tutor. But I know kids who did it solo. I've helped a few kids. So I say solo loosely, but it's tough. It's tough. You know, there's some schools that only have 3 or 4 seats for grade 10. So that's a tough deal. And even say York and high school of applied high school of science and math and engineering, there's only 100 grade 8 seats there. So it's really competitive when you think it through. it possible to do soloing in a tech? Yeah, a lot of kids do. I wouldn't suggest that path because it's very confusing and you're going to be in a lot of disarray and a lot of struggle. But it's rewarding as well. It's rewarding no matter how you do it. But it's a really inefficient and really imperfect way to do it. There's people who can help you who are experts in the test and in the skills and in the schools and in the approach and all this other kind of stuff like that. Speaking for myself, that I know I could undercut lots of, when I say hundreds of wasted hours and thousands of wasted dollars, even when you're not paying somebody, you're still wasting time and money. So it depends how you want to look at it. But it's not impossible. There's no requirement that you need external help, right? So, but if there's help available, why not take it? Why not accept it? I mean, I have hundreds of YouTube videos on the channel right now. Like, why would you not look at them? Why would you not avail yourself to that capability there, right? Yeah, Cosme, I think you're right at the line, and you'll have to see. It's going to take another day or two for the details to kind of shake out, guys. Oh man, you got to do that. Come on. Unless you want to do it with your family or friends or whatever, because that could be fun and supportive as well. Well, if that's how you feel, whether you got it or not, you should hatch a plan right now. That's the approach you want to take. Because remember too, if even a regular high school can be pretty hard. So if you want to keep ahead of the pack and the frustration and the task before you, then right. And sometimes things are the way they're meant to be. So you have to consider that too. Um, Remember too, sometimes the so-called best place is not necessarily the best place for everybody. So and things are often what you make of them. A lot of focus goes into this school and that school and whatever, and sometimes that's missing the point. And discipline and focus, your character, all those are important as well. Nobody knows the exact numbers yet. The DOE hasn't released that, and there's some crowd surfing efforts going on right now, where hopefully by tomorrow we can have some more concrete numbers on that kind of a thing. Yeah, I know. Which is good and bad sometimes. So, do they tell you whether you got in or not, or do you have to sort of guess based on your score? No, no. If you got into, they're going to tell you your score, and if you got into one of your priority choices, it'll list the exact choice you get into. If you didn't get into them, it'll just list your score. So either way, you're going to get your score, and if you got one of your choices in the right order, then you get in. And you're also going to get another one in a couple of weeks with your non-specialized high school choices. And then you get to choose between the two of them. You're also going to get it if you apply to LaGuardia. You might also get a third choice as well. So it said I got into Brooklyn Tech. If the cutoff goes low enough, will I get an offer for SIT? No, because you put Tech before SIT. So that's it. You're set with Brooklyn Tech. The cutoff score doesn't go lower. You got the seat. You were above other kids. So when it came to your choice, because you were ranked higher than the other kids, your choice, it went in the order you gave it. So let's say you put Tech first and SIT second. You said that, so that's how you ranked it. You told them you wanted Tech first. So if you met the Tech cutoff, its current existing cutoff, based on the kids who went before you, if you met that and there was a seat available, then you get it. If there was no, if you didn't meet it and Tech didn't have, or Tech didn't have a seat, then they would look at SIT. But since you asked for Brooklyn Tech over SIT and there was a seat, you got it. So that's the end of it. The equation the algorithm stops at that point, and then it moves on to the next kid. So if it finds a seat in your priority order, you got it. If it doesn't, it goes on to your next priority, your next priority, your next priority. If you didn't get any of them, then it moves on to the next kid. So I chose Staten Island first. Well, then you didn't meet the SIT cutoff. It was already set. Maybe all the seats for SIT already got filled. Whereas the kids who scored higher than you already asked for SIT before you, and it filled up. So, in other words, so I think another way to rephrase your question, I wasn't sure what you meant by the cutoff goes low enough, but the SIT cutoff won't go lower then. Otherwise, you would have gotten SIT. So that's it. So the kids before you already got all the seats for SIT. Otherwise, you would have gotten it. And that's it. Once that last seat's given out, then SIT is basically closed, and that's how the cutoff scores get determined. Whatever the last seat is that's given to a school, that's the cutoff score for that school. And there's no second try here. That's why it's important to rank your schools in the right order and put down all the schools that you're truly interested in, because you don't get a second shot, and that's the way the algorithm was explained, and that's how it works.